I am pushing through the end of 5.0, which is the end of the base story. And then afterwards, we'll start working on the patches. So there are a couple of big bombshells today. A couple of big bombshells, and I'm excited to get to them. But let's get into the game and get this started. Yes, he's being a very big butt. Very big butt. And I just gave him TREATSs. He can't get any more. If you hear, and I don't hear it, if you hear the beeping going off, my tea is ready, so I have to go get it. So that's gonna be in a couple minutes here. I was trying to get it done before the stream started, but it just wasn't happening. And I have a feeling the mother-in-law is gonna be calling me here in a few minutes, because she called earlier. I tried calling back. She doesn't answer. She never freaking answers when I call her. And so she'll probably call me back right at the most inopportune moment, so I'll probably have to call and talk to her or answer or whatever, because we're going to visit tomorrow. So, but outside of that, we're pushing. How come I'm 1 in queue and it's taking me so long to get in? For frick's sake. No scary slurper noises for 10 minutes. I wouldn't even think the call would take that long. So, get that out of there. Alright, so we need to go to New Game Plus and resume. What happened last week? Oh yeah, that's right. We killed Fattest Chocobo. And then I consumed his cocaine essence. And I can't control it anymore. I've almost turned into a light warden. And actually it's to the point where all the light in the sky is back now. So anyways, I am turning into a light warden. Emmett Cell comes up and said, you know what, you disappoint me. I'm just gonna kill everybody. You're gonna turn into light warden, I'm gonna take over anyways, and you guys are screwed. So, that's where we're at. So, where do we have to go here? Reassuring the masses. Alright, yeah, and everybody's scared now. Because the light is back in the sky. And, I think Reen actually helped contain me, but it's just for the time being. It's like, at a certain point, it's all gonna bust out. And we're just fucked. Yeah, but we have a little bit more to do before we actually go face him. So where do I have to go? To the pendants. In here. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky has, well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Braggy was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. Alright. Even though I'm the one bringing this craziness back. Where is he? Gotta do a little bit of running around. Well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. And they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Freaking white. What is this world coming to? Bah! But moaning never solved the thing, did it? Nay, it's time like these that we Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. Oh, boys. Running around. I think it's over here. Mm-hmm. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even by Gyrix, chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushed hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake. When they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. And our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. I'm guessing I gotta go see him next. Alright, we're just gonna go to the Aetheryte. Cabinet of Curiosity. Well, everybody's worried because... Oh, hold on. MSQ list. I gotta get my MSQ list up here. They're all worried because... I mean... I helped bring the night sky back and, you know. And then as for the Scions, they're all my friends. It's not cheating! Stop it! Confound it! This says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Rislin! Is it truly you? And not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful! It would seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the light wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catullus, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. Hold on, I gotta wipe my glasses. Alright, back down. Well, at least this is the last one. Alright, gotta go through here. I just want to get moving. I just want to... We gotta get this Selk. We gotta find him and rescue the Exarch, who is Graha. We gotta rescue Graha, and then we gotta beat the shit out of the Exarch. Not Exarch, I mean the Selk. Alright. It's up at the crystalline mean. Might as well just hit that. Rislin, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that. Not a day's gone by I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. No, it's not Katniss! Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we'd need to experiment with different patterns and materials. And I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Greetings, Glenard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenold. He is a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue with you there. What good does his talents do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many's the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to the convalescing, eh? Before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to meet you. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which the city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. What is that hovering ball in the background? Well, it looks decidedly Allegan, but I don't know. Oh, it's a recording node. It's definitely Allegan. I can't do it in New Game Plus, but it's something from the Allegan Empire for sure. Rislin, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something. Something I never actually used. Clearly. Alright, I think I gotta get up to that tower.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Well, honestly, the secrecy is worse. I'd rather people knew. Not Albert, Ardbert.
If you're thinking of coming clean, don't. It might make you feel better, but it would make things 100 times worse for them. They're better off not knowing. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. That doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burns so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then.
Are we fist bumping?
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you.
Ardbert is a true friend.
So, let us be about it, hero.
He's a true friend. Poor Ardbert.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie. Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
No.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue.
Okay.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Alright. Gather information on the Crystal Exarch. Oh no. Remember this quest being a pain. What? Like they're supposed to absorb my cocaines. Alright, where am I gonna find this information here? Here we go. Zemjamai. Oh ho! I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amuro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons passed, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Huh. Just wait, okay? Ardbert has a role to play in all of this. He has a very, very, very big role to play, but I can't reveal that just yet. Alright, let's go to the Amuro launch. And we will find out that role today, so. No more wait and see. It's gonna be, by the end of the stream, you're gonna know. Rosalind, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two were like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensor Gate. Ascensor Gate, the Cabinet of Curiosity. Yes, and get this, BB10, you're gonna find out. Hey, can't say it. Never mind. I gotta say it. I almost screwed something up. You're gonna find something else out, and yes, Lena. All right, let's go see Lena. Oh, she's upstairs. Yeah, but you didn't. I didn't say it, so. And you have no idea what I was gonna say. Oh, I have to go see Morin. Oh, was there something else you needed? It was almost spoilerings. If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch. Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Verbertites, fleeing their ruined kingdom. And together they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so like to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Except we know his real name now. We know his real name. Alright, we gotta talk to Lena. She's outside of the city. Let's see here. So we're in his garden. Okay. Rislin, I was told you had. Wait, I was not told you had awakened. Alright, let's stop that. A welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned that they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Pelusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, and to which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions. But the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Rislin, I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting? Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I am not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of Eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Oh, boy. We're going into the Umbilicus. Going into the bowels of the castle. Or the bowels of the tower. Come, meet me in the ocular and I will unlock the door within. Alright. Man, I have pinto beans in the crock pot because I'm making taco bowls for dinner. You know, instead of tacos, it's in a bowl. And man, they're smelling good. They're smelling good. Oh, I'll have to check on them in a bit to make sure there's enough water in there because I put a lot of water, but it evaporates, and you gotta refill it up or the beans burn. I don't want burnt beans. No burnt beans, you guys. Taco cat. Yeah, no. Homemade refried beans are always the best. Better than the canned. Way better than the canned stuff. They have a pretty good recipe for them. Not that there's much to it, but it's pretty good. Mistress Rislin, the captain said to expect you. Oh, I know. It's a palindrome. It's a palindrome.
I have unlocked the door to the Umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
It's just a lot of books. What is that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The echo.
moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes. And thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope! We are finished! Mankind is finished!" Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
an undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous.
Urianger looks like he's got a massive headache right now.
Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you were right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live.
So all of this is for me. All of it's for me. And I'm dying of cocaines. Oh.
I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
For fuck's sake, I almost feel bad for Ariane. Like, he got pulled into these lies again. Like, seriously. I almost feel bad for him.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Oh, I mean to have a few words with both Emmett and the Exarch.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Mm-hmm. We're doing it. We're taking it to Emmett Selk. We're gonna take the fight to his doorstep. Did you find the answers you sought? If there is nothing more you need, I will go and knock the door. I need some directions. You wish to know the way to the Tempest? You mean the sea itself and not the island of Calusia? If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an ammo, but... Do you need to leave right this moment? Alone? I am not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. Alright, we're going. We're going. I need to get to the Amaro launch. The Amaro lunch. I keep wanting to say Amaro lunch, not launch. You require an Amaro. Just a moment, and I shall settle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. In the open water, to the depths of the Tempest. Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor. Uh-ohs. Uh-ohs! No! No.
Ah, we have found thee.
You have some answers to questions and answers, too.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Mm-hmm. You better start explaining yourself, buddy.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
No more lies. Seriously, no more lies, Urianger. I'm tired of this shit. I don't even care if it's for the greater good.
Pray believe me when I say that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee. Indeed, I curse the circumstances which compelled me to do so. But no further secrets lie between us, I swear it.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here, at least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alisaie, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No. The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Yeah, we're all going.
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, 'twas clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Eat him! That's right!
Yeah, yeah.
Gatekeeper? Yeah, maybe.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Well, leave it to us. We'll see the Exarch home safe and sound. After I give him a good thrashing. Gotta do a... We're doing it! We're going. This is it, you guys. This is the home stretch. This is the home stretch. Alright, let me go check my beans real quick. No, not the Warrior of Darkness. Stop it. Let me check my beans and then we'll do this. Oh man, they're good. They're coming out good. They're nice and tasty. Hi, Naki. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good now, Nashi. Alright. Woo! They're already tasting good. They get nice and tender. No! Oh yeah, Dachu has toe beans. But yeah. Alright. There's nothing I can do to cleanse you of the light's corruption, but I'll do everything in my power to keep it in check. If the Warden's ether overwhelms you again, you will become a Sin Eater. So please, save your strength for when it really matters. The volunteers who journeyed to Calusia have all been safely returned to their homes. They've also assured us that they will do their best to hold the Eaters at bay in our absence. Alright. God knows you've spent enough time charging into danger on our behalf. It's only fair that we return the favor. I once said that I wanted to fight for Estinian, that I wanted to save him, not let him be sacrificed for our cause. And now I say the same to you. Aww. Just so you know, I will not look kindly on any further attempts to leave us behind. We do this together. Alright. Thou didst plan to commandeer an armor for thy journey to the open sea? I fear the following dive down unto Emmett Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. No. Well, I'm pretty much done. Let's do it. Thine affairs are in order? Then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. I hope so, Orianjay, because I'm getting tired of you. I'm getting tired of you, buddy. Getting tired of you. Alright, we gotta go here. Where are we going? Work job. Oh man. This game has some fantastic music. It does. It just, and there's so many tracks. There are so many pieces. It's insane. I think it's already broken the world record for the most amount of music in a video game. There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. Wait, he can't swim? I shall board a boat to the island and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. I guess Urianger can't swim. Well, him and Alphino were in good company. What? What? I have to go under. I know he can't think. Both, neither of them can swim. So that's what I was saying. And they don't have the blessing of the Kojin. I know it was established before. I'm just saying. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of a giant stone eyelids. Giant stone eyelids. Was it? I know Alphino doesn't, but I didn't. It probably was that Urianger can't swim, but I don't know. It's a lot of shit to read. Okay. What's this? Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Interesting. Oh, fat chocobo. Chocobo up top. The locals call this the Isle of Ken, which I presume must refer to knowledge. Either that or someone was being awfully zealous about marking his territory. Shut up, Thancred. And seeing it up close, I'm still not sure what's so special about this island. Where is everybody? Oh, there's Alice over here. Damn it, Nutkin. This lake is enormous. Assuming my geography is correct, this would be the mirror of Silver Tears back in the source, although the size hardly compares. Well, what hast thou discerned? Well, it's just like the big one. Yes, yes. What? What is the big one? It reminds me of a certain primal. Most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the selfsame title by which we know the great feathered whale rendered by the Vanu Vanu of the swords. Revered. I would enlist its aid to bear us unto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves, when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication. Yes, it is an entity. It's Bismarck. It's this world's Bismarck. They're the shards.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail. Fallen si lor wislan. Ada si alinal.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fae to know that didn't go well.
Well, we need Fae Ool.
My snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can.
Yes.
Gers Bismael win picked. Van dromi drom jakom. Van red rithje. Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Here we go. Here we go.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
Yeah, so well.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
What the? Do you see that?
Something else amazing.
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Uh-oh. Tidal wave. Tidal wave!
Whoa, yeah! It's not stopping! Run! Run!
Yeah, rip. Oof. Oof.
Wow.
They're not drunk. We're underwater. Well, in a bubble
The breath
underwater.
of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Oh boy. I dare say Oriange endured much playful attention from the pixies to learn the lore of Big Bismarck. He is nothing if not a dedicated scholar. With all the water out of the way, we'll be able to venture quite some distance. Emmett Selk must be hiding around here somewhere. This is amazing. I can't even see the surface. Can we? No, we can't, actually. Bismarck must be powerful indeed to create a dome of this size. We can only pray to whichever gods are listening that it continues to hold. I remember being impressed by the domes of the Ruby Sea, but this makes them look like bubbles in a stream. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We arrived in the tempest safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emmett Selk, and, I believe, the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, he is of course a trifling matter to flee, and it is of course a trifling matter to flee into the rift. Yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. That is a good point. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Yeah, I think that's what Alphino's worried about. In the event that you leave the area, speak with the... Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see where we're at. We're at waiting in the depths. Alright. We'll get there. We'll get there. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmett Selk will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches, and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. Alright. Look at this place. Here, let's get this. No, it's not that. Which one is... Damn it. Which one? I thought it was scroll lock gets rid of the screen. No. Not pause. No. Damn it, I can't find the right... It was scroll lock, but I don't know why it's not doing anything now. I'm supposed to get rid of... Here, we'll just do that. I'm trying to get rid of my UI, but... Oh well, whatever. Alright, hold on. Keep binding. UI. Toggle UI. Final fan. Oh, yeah, there we go. Final fan. Scroll lock key on your keyboard. That's what I thought, but it's not working. You know why? I think I know why. Let's see. Tabs, hotkey settings. It's gotta be this. Entire screen capture. Let's see. That's probably why. There we go. No, it was by it's because I used my ShareX. I had it set on ShareX, so it was probably I see where I'm going. Overriding it. Look at this. This craziness. Oh, over here. Wait, where is everybody? Supposed to be here. Oh, here. Ando Youth. Gasp. Gasps and runs. Pretty much. The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? What is it was it you who took away our water? Ah, so this is where the Ando make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen... Oh, it's him. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So, what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we would call upon the Ando's knowledge, or local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return. We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ando refuse to speak with us... Rizlin, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ando? The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach do you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores. Very well, if it can be done quickly. More chores. What do you think? I've got nothing better to offer, but I do worry that what will happen if the Ando's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus, I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. I'll do what I can, I suppose. No! No more chores! Come on! No more chores. And it's settled. Shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Ugh. You're not cute. They're not cute. Listen, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. It's Posh Owen, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited and you did not come. Then the Mistle came, but his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Posh Owen. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the Dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them, too many. I believe I can be of an assistance there. And what of you, Rislin? If you've not found a task, you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company where the Dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Alright. Let's defeat 3 blue swimmers. Blue swimmers, you say? Oh boy, all the way in here. Let's see. We're in Waiting in the Depths. Oh, yes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, I'm so excited. There's a part that's coming up, PV10. I'm so excited. I want you to... I'm just so excited. We're getting to the good stuff. We're getting to the good stuff. It's just a little bit of chores and then good stuff. I guarantee you're not going to see what's coming. Guarantee it. I guess. I am trying to become their friends, not these sea monsters, though. These are sea crabs, and they need to die. Alright. We're just We're just back to it. Teleporting. Alright. You cracked their shells? You You must be stronger than you look. I see you've reached your quarter-first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Pashon. This was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Are you making us sodas? If you do, I would not be against root beer. I have to read this line again. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water. Yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and currents. These structures provided shelter for my people, protected from the tempest's turbulent waters and the predators which hunted that within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. Truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided. The ancients have blessed us with the protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. And it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for their lesson, Pashon, and we'll continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. You should return to the task at hand. Only, do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. I'm fine! I'm fine! Sheesh, I'm fine. Alright. Ah, Rizlin. Have you learned aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I had hoped to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. A theory, you say? Let's see. Oh no, is your internet's died or is it back? Well, it has to be back. Please tell me it's back. Alright, you didn't really miss much. What was I doing? Killing crabs the last you knew? Well, we basically talked to the Ando, the one guy, and he said that if we're the caretakers, they were waiting for the caretaker. This, if you looked at the there's buildings and stuff here, and basically when the flood came, it destroyed their original home and they fled. The only people who lived were the Ando who were out like hunting at the time. So they fled here and they found these ruins under the water, and they ended up taking up residence there, and they figured in their mind that it was destined. They were destined to go there, and they were going to await the architects or the people the builders or whatever. And that they think it might be us. So, that's what you missed. Now, there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ando settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Oh boy. 0.8 point. So yeah, there is inspect the structures. Okay. So these are clearly, yeah, you can see these are buildings and stuff in here. Buildings defining features. Why am I not, what am I not seeing? Distinctive window. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. These are very interesting buildings. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. I don't know. I don't know if they were built by crab people. They were built by somebody. And Ishtola is quite curious about it. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you cannot so much as scratch the wall, even with all of your might behind the blade? Rizlan, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkin Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrant, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkins, then who? Who were these ancients the Ando claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emmett Selk withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat, he may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmett Selk is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap, 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying that this place was built by ancient Ascians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. copy of the mural in the Katana Revel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fanau, after our victory in Calusia. Here, in the first scene, by Emmett Selk's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those we have just inspected? We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. Oh, you may review the Katana. Okay, yeah. Alright, so the quest destination is not going to be on the map. Ah, shit. Alright, so I gotta look for some structures here. So we got to find more stuffs. Do we see any? Oh, what's this? What's this here? I don't know if this is anything. Find a structure which resembles those in the copy of the Katana Revel. Then inspect it from the survey point. Well, I don't know where there's going to be a survey point. You guys see anything? There we go. Tell me if you see anything. That's all I'm seeing. Said the northwest, right? It's the only thing oh, here we go. It was this thing. Here's the survey point. Huh. Aye. This is the mural, writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder. Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization is its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? 'Tis almost certain he is there. But if we are to find the stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are too wary, it may be useful to speak with Posh Owen again, and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Oh boy, back to the Ondo Cups. I think we'll be alright. I think. We should be able to finish this up today, I'm pretty sure. We're making some pretty good time. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the water is parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? Yes, that is the sacred site of which I speak. Could it be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If he were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. You will find his workshop in a metal structure in the south. Hey, that was the one dude that they were looking for, right? Katniss was looking for him? The one dude? Nah, it's Catless. They were looking for this dude. They said that he would help us, but they didn't know where he was, and he left years ago. No. He's talking about that guy. Grenold. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, Katniss. Oh, that's just great, that is. Me mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or it might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman's what can't craft is more useless or more pointless than a sea slug with a Doman hammer. Oh my god, I can't even speak. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Grenold appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can help psych him up. Let's see, psych. You wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you, spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld. Have we met before? Might as be we crossed paths back in the Crystarium, but I don't reckon that we've been formally introduced. Name's Grenold, and this here is meant to be me undercity sink. I can't talk. Why are the words not coming out? Underwater sanctuary, a place where I can give myself over to me work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet here you stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, Ando's lamp. God's curse me, empty head! I've not so much as made a start! Okay. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. Me delivering days long past. Me workbench is untouched. And I call myself a bleeding artisan. Might be. You've heard their beliefs, have ya? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well. Gah! My mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I've pissed away me last drop of inspiration. Tell me you've got something to show me. Something as'll give me a muse right good kick up the arse. The Ando want to honor the coming of these ancients, so their answering light's got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not enough. It's gotta dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to the warriors of light from the first, and the crystals you discovered at the end of their journeys. Maybe Grenold would find them inspiring. I've let the Ando down, more than that, I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. Show Grenold a crystal which once belonged to one of Ardbert's companions. Oh yeah, you have to do one of the role quests. I've already done them though. We'll do those later. What's that you've got there? It's a striking beauty. It shines with the heartache and laughter and the transience of life. Like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. Ah, you'd never capture such a gleam. Not if you labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools? Gods damn ya! I must set to work before the feeling fades. God. Alright. I can feel it. A vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. And done. I've taken the wonders that crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape that befits the Ando's spiritual character. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think, I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the crafts of them ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norvrand and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom that I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. I could feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance, and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into other things as well. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ando's commission. If you could drag that lamp over to Tolch's Ash for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Alright. Alright. You now have access to Grenold's Forge. Okay, yeah. I don't need that no more. Let's get back. Oh boy. Oh boys. Hold on. We are on the we're on the fourth to last quest. Fourth to last quest of the expansion, BB10. Almost done. Almost done. We may actually finish a little early. What is it that you have there? Reynolds lamp. The sacred lamp. Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the Cups. And now you come to me bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered. All right.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
I thought you were always watching.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal? I was right then. It's strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you. About the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Me and Ardbird are buds.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we've succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Let's do it. Let's do it. The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come. The way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock and join your comrades below. They are very nice sea monsters, aren't they? They're very friendly. Alright. If Emmett Selk is in that trench, we'll have to assume he's not swimming in salt water. Wouldn't want to suddenly find ourselves at the edge of Bismarck's bubble with no air to breathe. We're on our way at last. It seems far darker down here, but I'll not start at a few shadows. We are moving as a group, yes. Alphino's freaked. You have everything you need. If that artisan fellow is as skilled as they say, then you may wish to avail yourself of his services ere we press on. Emmett Selk hath made himself difficult to reach, yet every step we take bringeth us nearer to his stronghold. Let us not linger, lest the exarchs suffer for our late arrival. Meeting the Anto was fascinating. They live just like us in some ways, but act completely different in others. The way they think, the way they play. I'd love to come back here and learn more about their culture. With the dome, will the dome last that long? I wonder. During the time I've spent helping the Ando, I've been introduced to quite a few of the local varieties of sea life. Although sea monsters is mayhap the more apt term. Probably best to avoid them if we can. All are gathered, yes. Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cave beyond and follow the wall down and down and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west and west and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go. Alright. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet would seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Where are you? He's going on this way. Oh, there's a Stoa. The rocks drop off sharply here, but I should think this coral thick enough to serve as a bridge. This is a pretty big coral. Rislin, you have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks or skip along this coral branch as Alice has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Gulp. We have to almost be there. There you are. Come on, I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Alice is fearless. She is. Aha, I think this might be it up ahead. Here. This must be the barrier the Ando spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. Rislin, I elect you to do the honors. Gone. Just like that. I suppose we should head in. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get there. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Oof, oof. This is a long way to go. I think it's up here. No. Where is this? I'm getting turned around. Oh, here we go. Try doing this on foot. Oof. Oof, on foot. At least I can fly.
By the gods.
It's Rapture, you guys.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid, material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Cannot blame the Ondo for feeling the spectacle of these brooding edifices. We, however, have not the luxury of fear. Emmett Selk holds the Exarch captive somewhere within that vast city. Yet, even if we must search every alleyway, we will find him. When the chieftain spoke of lights shining from the abyss, this is not at all what I imagined. Why would Emmett Selk do this? Think all those tall, dark buildings would be frightening, but for some reason they just make me feel sad. It's big, I'll grant you, but cluttered city streets are far more conducive to infiltration than wide open spaces. This will work to our advantage, trust me. Rislin, did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used for the remnants at the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emmett Selk has not simply reclaimed these ruins. He has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods! The magnitude of his artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at that tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Southeast way. Here, we'll get a little look at this. There's the city. Look at this. Look at how big this is. This is crazy. Alright. There we go. Imposing doors. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Find the Batmans. Rislin Hollis recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarat. Will you be riding the lift? What? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emet-Selch not invite Brislin to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. Ground floor now. As you wish. The lift will arrive shortly. Next up, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. Just gotta get another nice look around. It's so pretty. I just can't believe how tall everything is. Seems peaceful enough, he said, tempting fate. Each of these towers seems a veritable city in itself. Even a Gigas would feel inadequate in such surroundings. Just a moment. I thought I saw something. Things living here? If mine eyes do not deceive, we stand in some manner of communal square. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarat? Look, over there. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alphino, you can't just... Ugh! Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Okay, I got it. Oh, what adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Ahem. And which district is this exactly? You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Palatarity district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us where to find Emet-Selch? I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. You need me to walk you back. No, thank you. We will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Selk wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Ascian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal emirate and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Selk hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling, then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Alright. So now. Where to? They are kind of ghostly. Ooh, look at that. What? Oh, Emmett Selk's hiding under his bed? I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh, here we go. I don't know about that. Anxious Amratine. Good gracious, child. Where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home. Quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair. Every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimicable to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amrat too resounds to the discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Oh, you're under your bed. But they're not scary. These peoples aren't scary. You're kind of sad, actually. Bureau of the Architect. Pragmatic Omra team. An audience with Emmett Selk? I am afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the Convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creations to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Okay. What? Their faces aren't that scary. They're just wearing masks. It's fine. It's fine. They're not even real. Alright, what is this? Optimistic armor team. Oh, hold on. Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the Convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logriff, Mitron, Emmett Selk, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the Convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, it would be an unprecedented development and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I, for one, am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Okay. Here we go. Rislin, if I was not certain before than I am now, the people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emmett Selk to recreate this ancient Amarant. And yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his history known, or his story known. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. Oof. Thank you, husband. Twould seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this Convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Urianger, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion, then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became in effect a means for destruction. An interesting matter, which no doubt bears further study. But despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emmett Selk. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard. God, I've been reading a lot. You guys, give me a break. But from what we've heard, it seems the convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the intendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the bureau of the administrator, where we thought these permissions might be issued. But the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder though, Rislin, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureau as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Rislin's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There is surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the Capitol. I thought everybody was gonna nod their heads at that certain point right there. Alright, we're close. We are on the greater purpose. You know what the next quest name is? What is the next quest name, BB10? I'll give you one guess. You don't know. Oh. We'll find out soon enough. No. The next quest name is Shadowbringers, and that's always the name of the last quest in the expansion. Is the name of the expansion. So the last quest in Heaven's Word was Heaven's Word. Last quest in Stormblood was Stormblood. A visitor's writ. Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Rislin Hollis. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Rislin Hollis, your application is ready for collection. As your residency was approved by Emmett Selk himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Oh boy, all these bureaus. Yes, a lot of red tape. A lot of red tape. No, no scissor mans. Next, please. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Ugh. I'm gonna be sitting on this bench and my feet are gonna be dangling. Feet are gonna be dangling. See, what? Like, I don't even. They're not even dangling. I'm just completely propped up on here. Uh-oh. Oh, noes. I hope. May I? You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emmett Selk? Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hythlodaeus, and that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Selk's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A stray thought would have been enough. Hythlodaeus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part, meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days. What began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give of themselves to Zodiark. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiac, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. Know you, then, how this conflict ended? I thought you might. Emet-Selch has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiac. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not abandon his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emet-Selch is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with every passing century. "'Tis truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry." Rislin Hollis. It seems your turn has come. Pray do not let me keep you. There was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? What? Can he see? He can see Ardbert. Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Ha! This is just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as she. Surely Emet-Selch has recognized the hint of her in you. Rislin Hollis. Yes! Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. My new old friend? So did he know me back then? Did Hythlodaeus know me? Yes! Ardbert is us! Ardbert, he is one of the shards, one of our shards. He's our version of on the first. When we were split apart, he was... that was actually a pretty cool reveal. That was pretty cool. Your visit's writ, as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. I don't think she can. I don't think she can. See, and that is why I said Artbert can't be a husbando. He can't be a husbando because that would kind of be self-cessed. And I'm just not into that. No, we don't do that here. No. Okay. Rislin. Yashtela and I have just returned from an institution the locals called the Academia Anider. Well, from its public offices, at least. We thought a Nassian place of learning the ideal spot to research your condition, but it seems we lack the credentials to enter the Academia proper. Ah, good you're here. Everyone seems to be present and accounted for. Master Thancred can best describe our chances for infiltrating the capital. I only hope thine efforts to secure permissions were successful. No, they didn't. But I am going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to finish this up. We're going to pick up the Shadowbringers quest, and we got a dungeon and a trial to do. And then it's a bunch of cutscenes for the end. Go get yourself a hot chalky, BB10. Get yourself a hot chalky. Or a chalky milk. Oh yeah, those beans are tasting pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. Let me know when you're back. Actually, if you're not back, you're not gonna hear that. Correct. Oh, you are back. Okay, good. Alright, let's do it. Finally, you were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing, too. Ariane and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. It would seem that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded, though mightily did we strive. With strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of one ilm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that Emmett Selk's recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amrutz today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Rislin? What aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? A great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Ascian scheming has been leading to this? All this time. But if they still mean to enact this plan, things won't end with the rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory, and, in turn, empower Zodiark to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put into words, but We have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiac. That does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who alive with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not. And that's to say naught of what Emet-Selch's plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Rislin. And when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who come after. By everyone you've ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Is fighting Emet-Selch the only way? Yeah, no pressure. He created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him. If we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. Oh, man. Alright. Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Mordsuk? I'm still the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you. You don't abandon me. And together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. All three spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads. The ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant talus would never have raised its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in the road. So come. Let us travel it. Drag me through and wonder and danger as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emet-Selch into his rest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth Arisight, and such have I prepared, upon the Exarch's asking, no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emet-Selch's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Rislin. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have. For Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gulg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, you've all been there for me when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you. And I want to, I do, but I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried, I've really tried. I'm not asking to be saved. But the light, how can you go on? Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. You know who said that, right? I don't know, you might not remember. That was what Harsh Elephant said as he died. I'm not sure Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Rislin. I'm going with you. I know, Harsh Elephant. I'm so... I love that there are callbacks to these characters. Like, they are not forgotten. Alright. Let's go. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times. I'm getting congested from so much reading today. There was a lot of reading today.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmett Sulk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not she who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail. Added a few unnecessary flourishes.
You think?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do?
Nashu, get down. We came here. No, we came here to stop you.
Did you now? One last do-or-die attempt to foil my plans before your mind dissolves into madness? How very, very heroic of you. In every single age, there is always someone who wants to stand up to the evil Asians. Always the same arrogance, the same insistence that the world belongs to them, as if theirs were the only rightful claim, theirs the only existence worthy of preservation. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you. Fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone, and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us, and us alone.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Emmett Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
Oh, fire.
Behold, the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
Oof. All right. Use the duty finder to enter Amarat. All right, let's do it. I remember when we first did this dungeon, this was not an easy dungeon to do, and the last boss is still a fucking pain in the ass. But we'll see.
Welcome to the final days of Amarat. The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
man. Yes, it's gonna be a lot of this. A lot of this. I really hope this Black Mage is doing his AoE. Trash is not going down fast. There's a lot. A lot of oh. Oh.
Just as prayer gives rise to prayers, our dread may manifest our deepest fears.
Seems like all of us know this. There's no sprouts or anything here today. So hopefully this should be a pretty smooth run. Stop. Alright. There's a lot of stuff going on. There we go. I can't stop for a second to use my holy.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Hold on to that. I like how this monster, like the face is like Louis Soir. It looks like Louis Soir. Kind of a chicken. Put over here. I'ma try. Oh, Shui, not right now. Oh, and even more. Alright, so he's coming down and he's about to explode. So we gotta kill him before he explodes. He about ready to rage quit. And he still exploded.
Yet this is far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you. Just a little further, and you will see the end of a world.
Yes, we are up above. We are up above the world. Yeah, we are kind of in space. Really don't have time to be looking because I've got to avoid all this shit, but... That looks like, a Shumagorath right there. Kinda does look like Shumagorath.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Alright, so you can get a little shadow down there.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
There we go. Last boss. Chthonic Riddle. They're waiting for me. Alright, let's go. Yeah, this is a little spoopy, and it's a tough fight. Well, not as tough as raids, but tends to be a little tougher. Yeah, you don't want to be standing there. Ow. Oh. This is just a lot of stuff. running out of platform. Not good. Death Ray! Ah, shit! Come on! Alright, yeah, just kill him. There we go. Done. Yep, we did it. And out of here. Alright, now we get a cutscene and then final trial. It could be a desktop like wallpaper.
Well, well, you prevailed. Nevertheless...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alice!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
Ha! More prattle. Fool. Who are you? No one. Nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave.
Oh, really?
My world will have no need for heroes. Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
No! Your waifu, BB-10!
Do not presume to speak of my future. And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
No! No, the cocaines! They're coming out!
You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you. Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
No!
Fight it! You have to hold on!
No! Arbert!
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
You know I could.
Take it. We fight as one.
Chewie's purring. He's on my lap.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story. No, it can't be.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Champions from beyond the rift. So the cool thing about this is it makes the other players in your raid, your trial group, are actually more in the lore.
Damn you all!
This is one of the coolest things. They actually wrote it into the lore. Challenge you, Emmett Selk.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another.
I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Alright, this is it! This is it! Clear this up. Trials. The Dying Grasp. Alright! Let's hope it doesn't take us too long.
Show me your vaunted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
Oh, we have one sprout in here. I don't really remember this fight very well, so hopefully we're fine. I did do it not too long ago, but I don't do it enough to really know it.
Darkness reigns.
This side.
Flee, fool! You are worthy!
Come on!
The arcane is mine to come out!
not supposed to... We're supposed to... Shit. Well, I died. Rip me.
Scurry and scatter.
That was a rip. This is only phase 1 though. Yeah, well, I told you I didn't do this very often. Come on.
I am stifled by this vessel of flesh.
Phase 2. Okay.
Behold, a sorcerer of El, tremble before the glory.
Well, he is Hades, so it is kind of, it makes sense that it's spoopy. Oh man. I took that with my mouth open. I just sat there and took it. Fine here.
I am bound by cosmic law.
Oh, that guy got knocked off, I think. Ethereal's jail. Yeah, I think we got a res on him. Wait, that dude's name is only Bands. The character's name is only Bands. That's actually pretty funny. He died again. Oh no, active time maneuver. Oh, I hate these. Light within our champion grows faint. Alright, here we go. I think I just don't... There we go.
This will be but free. Now, damn you. Damn your wretched blessings.
Cool. Light in the dark. We got buff. Yeah, it is a lot of cocaine. And boom.
You have no power over me.
Give it this guy. Even though he died a bunch of times, I'll give it to him. He is a sprout. Alright. That's it. Alright! Ending up 5.0 right here.
Will not yield. Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all? What will become of our dreams? Our desire?
Enough, damn you!
Infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
I guess I channeled all of the White Warden's light right into that. Yes, it was his axe.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
It's over. Emmett Selk is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
Her ether. It is as it used to be.
Yay! No more cocaine!
As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart, yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Emmett Selk stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
No, I had to help from a hero of this world. He went through all of that, but he ended up becoming a hero. He ended up saving the day, Ardbert.
I see.
Oh, it makes me want to cry.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
'tis good to see you awake, Rahatia. Don't cry! I can't bear to see a grown man cry.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back, any moment now. Any moment.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
There, dear. Everything will be all right. There, look! Over there, over the beach!
Ho there! Greetings!
You all right?
Welcome back!
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back.
Poor Alphino.
Heavens. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up, sooner or later.
For the love of... Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emet-Selk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were. Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
Yeah, where is Arianje?
Nevertheless.
Oh, there he is. He's right there in the corner. He's like just laid out on the beach too.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life,
They're his friends.
so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Here we go! Oh! So what'd you think? Shadowbringers pretty good? I think Shadowbringers is pretty good. It was pretty good. Okay. I like the song, but I gotta get dinner together soon, so let's skip these and look at watch the post-credit scenes. We need the post-credit stuff. So... Oh, there is no post-credit scenes. All right, so that's it. That's it. We're done for the day. Oh shit! Hold on. We gotta finish the quest. Let me turn this stuff in. And then I gotta go. I knew the Knights Blessed were among the revelers. But the Crystarium was so crowded. I thought it safe to speak my true name. Poor Runar and his ilk were gripped with panic. As you can recall, 'tis customary not to reveal one's true name outside of family and ceremony. Yet when I hurried to explain that all present were like family, I was greeted with an outpouring of tears. Oh, an emotional people, the Blessed. It would seem I don't know my own limits. I had thought to push on till dawn, but my body had other plans. Still, I did enjoy the carousing while it lasted. Even I need to forget my cares every now and then. What I don't need is to wake up to Alphino smirking at my bedside. He said my face was a rare sight while I slept. Gods! I hope I wasn't drooling. It would seem that the city celebrated long into the night. Not that I would know. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I woke to find myself in the infirmary, having apparently collapsed from exhaustion. My aching pride was somewhat soothed by the sight of Alice asleep in the bed next to mine. She must have been just as wary. Long has it been since I've seen her face so peaceful in repose. Ah, 'twas a rare, tranquil morning, made unforgettable by the sight of those clear blue skies. The ending to this tale hath been a joyous one indeed. Myriad were the lessons learned, yet there is one of particular import. 'Tis imperative that I master magics to grant my feet purchase upon the water, or else allow me to part the sea at will. I must needs visit Bismarck in due course, and scrub his teeth in thanks. Mayhap the airy arts of a fairy whale might be imparted to mortal men? We shall see. We shall see. People came from malls around to join the festivities, but most seem to have stumbled home by now. Even so, I dare say Norvrent will echo to the sound of clinking mugs for some while yet. I thought to indulge in a little revelry myself last night, until Urianger began to list all the names of my drunken conquests. I ended up drinking water. Water! Oh, Rislin, are you well? No ill after effects. To my eyes, you seem completely healed. It really is a miracle. Speaking of happy surprises, I was amazed to see the crowd that greeted our return. I hadn't realized just how many people we met along the way. Did you see their smiles? Right then and there, I vowed to do whatever I could to keep that joy from fading. Stop it. I haven't been drinking anything for at least 2 weeks now.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow sires, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure she arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
Okay.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. Would that it was so easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Alright, do we get post-credit scenes now? Yes? No? Yes! Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source! Okay, I'm happy now. I was a little disappointed before.
To the West Gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Same as the others. Struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty. Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor.
What?
Wait! Ah! You Radiants!
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
He knows. Seriously?
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat.
Gaius! He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice!
Yes, Cludius Ultima.
I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
Okay. Well. Shit, where are we? Oh my gosh, we're back at St. Quinox Find. Okay, well. That's enough for today. I gotta make dinner. Alright, so that's it. 5.0 done and dusted. Next Friday, we are going to start on the patches. So we'll start working on the patch content.